Order. It's certainly good to see each and every one of you here with us today. It's a pretty good turnout. We've got a lot going on today, and again, I'm glad you came out and going to be here with us for at least a while anyway. I want to welcome Travis Andrews. He's our, if you hadn't noticed, Jim's not here today, so that's Jim down there for But it's good to have Travis with us today.
Thank you.
He's going to be here for part of the session, and then he's going to leave. And he can't drive after it gets dark, so he has to get home before it gets dark. You can't see it. I'm just picking on him, but it's good to have everybody there. We'll have called meeting to order, and Tim's not going to be here today. He is... I'll tell you that and just talk that in just a minute. Tim and Leland, neither one's going to be here, so they're going to join us directly on the telephone. So we'll have to make a motion on that. Let's see, Leland, he's feeling under the weather, and Tim's wife has COVID, and so that stuff is coming back. So that's why they're not here with us today. Tim was going to do the invocation. Mr. Carter, can you do that, please, for us?
Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Mitchell, Ronnie Mitchell, is going to do the pledge to the flag. Let's all rise, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to see all these smiling faces here today. For myself and the rest of the board, we certainly are proud of all these employees, these great employees we have here at the county. And with that, let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. We ask for your guidance moving forward in all things we do for the county to make sure we make the correct decisions moving forward. We thank you for all these employees that the county's been so fortunate to have for all these years. In these things we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Play ball. I'd like to take this time to introduce everyone to one of the newest member, or not one of the, but the newest member to the Board of Supervisors, our new clerk, Madeline Torres. Wave your hand, Madeline, so everybody can, there you go. So it's good to have her here. She's not a stranger to the county. She's been working for the county for a little while in a different department, so she's here today. And it's good to have Madeline Self-Check back. I asked her how her new job was doing, and she said, wonderful, and I said, shucks. But anyway, it's good that she's here, and we're glad to have them here and everything. Mike's got a motion to make so that we can vote on this telecommunication. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion as authorized by Title 2.2, Chapter 37 of the Code of Virginia. I move to allow the remote participation of Supervisors Tim Tatum and Leland Mitchell by telephone for this afternoon's meeting, as they are unable to physically attend due to medical reasons.
Second.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. I think we're going to get Mr. Tatum on right now. Mr. Mitchell's going to come on in just a few minutes. As soon as y'all get them on, if you'll let me know, please, or get him on.
Supervisor Tatum, can you hear us?
Yes, I sure can.
Tim, good to have you with us. Please give your wife our, hope she feels better, okay?
I certainly will. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we need to go with the approval of the agenda and do any motions or deletions or amendments. Anyone got anything? Anyone?
Is Leland on the line?
I can't hear you.
Is Leland on the line?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
After a while. He's
Okay.
coming after a while.
Okay.
Anybody got any additions, amendments, or deletions to the agenda? I need a motion that it stand as approved.
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call on that, please?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
and Supervisor Thompson.
Yes. All right, our first one today, we've got a resolution here. It's good to have Greg Preston, the Director for Piedmont Community Services. Mr. Wright, one of the board directors, he can't be here. He called, he's in the hospital, he's under the weather, and he's in our thoughts and prayers. So I'm going to ask Mr. Preston if he'll come forward, please. This is a resolution, Franklin County Board of Supervisors, 50th anniversary of Piedmont Community Service. Whereas Piedmont Community Services was formed in 1972 to provide behavioral and mental health services for the counties of Franklin, Henry, and Patrick in the city of Martinsville. And whereas the mental health of every citizen is essential to the emotional and economic prosperity of our families, communities, and businesses in Franklin County. And whereas we strive to create a community that supports behavioral and mental wellness by increasing access to treatments, educating ourselves and our communities about mental wellness and mental illness, and supporting our citizens as they seek to improve their mental health. And whereas approximately 430 staff members at the Piedmont Community Service serve 7,257 individuals and families during 2021. And whereas these services include, but are not limited to, outpatient counseling for mental health and substance abuse, case management service, parenting classes, school-based programs, and residential service. And whereas these services have positively impacted our local youth through partnership with the school system to locate case managers, support early intervention programs, and promote a drug-free community through a youth task force represented in all of our area high schools. And whereas Piedmont Community Services is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, signifying as an immeasurable and irreplaceable impact on our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this 17th day of May, 2022, that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors recognizes this milestone anniversary and thanks Piedmont Community Services for its 50 years of dedicated service to Franklin County. Thank you, sir.
That goes for y'all.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Preston.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Chris. Thank you. I'm Greg Preston, the Executive Director of Piedmont Community Services. On behalf of Piedmont's Board of Directors, our directors team, our dedicated staff, we wanted to say thank you, first of all, for the proclamation. Also have here with me is our board chair, Ms. Brenda Ephraim. Likewise, the representatives from Franklin County, Ms. Betty Buckingham, Mr. B.W. Wright, and Ms. Randy Wood. First of all, we're just so proud and delighted to be able to serve Franklin County for the last 50 years. If I could date back just a little bit, and I know I only have 3 minutes, I hadn't pushed start yet. In 1968, Virginia Code enabled each local government to form a community services board. So if you look in the Code of Virginia, 37.2500, it talks about the purpose of the CSB. And the CSB was established to provide mental health, developmental disability, substance use for the county, for Franklin, for Henry, for Patrick, and for the city of Martinsville. So if we go back to 1972, Piedmont Regional Mental Health and Mental Retardation Board was formed by a joint resolution of the counties of Franklin, Patrick, Henry, and the city of Martinsville. In 1973, Mr. Lambert Wood became our first executive director. In 1974, Patrick Henry Drug Control Council, they had a grant when they started for $29,128. In 1975, Patrick Henry Mental Hygiene Clinic had an annual budget of $100,000. If I fast forward to 2022, Piedmont currently employs 430 employees. We oversee 25 different facilities, and we have an annual budget of about $30 million. And again, a lot of folks don't realize we cover up to about 1,593 square miles. Revenue for Piedmont, about 49% of our revenue is Medicaid, 24% is state funding, 1% is local funding. Our expenses, 69% is personnel, 20% is operating, and 6% is grant expenses. And as was stated, we served over 7,200 individuals and families in 2021, and we're on target to serve approximately 7,400 for 2022. Out of the 7,200 individuals, we serve 2,336 individuals and families here in Franklin County. Again, our role, and I want to stress this, our role as a community services board is to support the county. And we should work in partnership, in which I'm proud to say we do with Chris and Brian, to support the county. It's really important for us to be an advisor for the county. So if the county has any questions around mental health, substance abuse, developmental disability, prevention, we welcome the phone call. We will continue to grow services to meet the needs of Franklin County. And I'll say again, and I'll go on record to say, if we can't provide the service, we will build the service in order to meet the needs of the county. And if we can't build the service, we will make a legitimate referral for a company that can provide the service. We are gearing up for our strategic planning that's coming up in the next month that will give us a snapshot of the next 3 to 5 years. So with the expansion in services, real quick, we provide same-day access. We're getting geared up to start a 23-hour CIT program. We are opening up a recovery center to provide more recovery services. We have community recovery program, which provides employment services for individuals that are in recovery. We have peer services. We've hired over 22 peer support professionals. We have a new assertive community treatment team, an ACT team here in Franklin County. That is, it's almost like a case management service with a psychiatrist, nurse that will go in the community regardless if you're able to come into the office for services, they will come to your location. We're providing non-center-based day programming for developmental disability individuals. Prevention services, we're excited that we're expanding those services. Mobile crisis jail programming, I could go on and on. So I wanted to have a personal invite. So May the 20th, we're having a ribbon cutting for our new recovery center. Likewise, on that day, on May 20th at 12 o'clock, we're going to have a celebration for 50 years of excellent service. We're not going to have a big dinner or anything like that. We're having a cookout. We're going to have bouncy houses, and we're going to have a good time on May the 20th at Jack Dalton Park. So
I want to see Tommy at a bouncy house.
that's right. So I extend the invitation to each of you. I wanted to personally say thank you to the county for increasing our funding this year. So Chris and Brian, and to the board, thank you so much. I wanted to personally say thank you to our staff, our dedicated staff. I wanted to personally thank our board of directors. I also wanted to, and I've already shared with Chris, we have 2 vacancies that we need to fill from Franklin County. It is essential that each county and city have their board, their county represented. So right now we only have 3 board members. We need 2 more. And I think with that, I need to sit down and just personally say thank you. I appreciate the partnership that I have with Chris and with Brian We talk often. We're scheduled to have a lunch here soon, so I appreciate that. It means a lot to Piedmont. I also appreciate the partnership I have with the county. And I just wanted to say thank you and appreciate the partnership. If there's anything I can do, Chris knows how to get in contact with me.
Thank you, Mr. Preston,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
to you and your board. We're at a place now that the county used to do this a long time ago, and then it quit. But we're starting it back, and I think it's very important. And it's for recognition of county employees and a service awards. We've got employees, we've got a couple of employees that have 45 years of service. That's unheard of. They started working for the county, and they're just chaps. That's the truth. And they're here, and we want to recognize. Now, I know some's not here today, and if your name's called and you're not here, the gift certificates have already been sent out. You probably done already got that and spent it, so that's good. That's a good thing. But we're going to ask each and every one to come up when your name is called, and we want to give you an award or a brochure, a plaque. I'll say it right in a minute, and recognize you and shake your hands. All the board's going to be down there, and so is staff going to be down there. So, y'all ready? I want to see you on that bouncy house. Right. Well, you got to come around this way. Don't leave me hanging. There you go. Madam Clerk, will you call the names?
Yes, sir. Sarah Wilson, Clerk of Courts, 15 years. Jessica Lambert, Clerk of Courts, 15 years. Alan Dudley Jr., Commonwealth Attorney, 5 years. Jennifer Price, Commonwealth Attorney, 5 years. Jennifer Gammons, E911, 10 years. Wanda Horton, E911, 10 years. Amanda Chance, Family Resources, 5 years. Christopher Turner, General Properties, 15 years. Carol Dillon, Information Technology, 30 years.
Thank you.
Michael A.G. Jr., Information Technology, 5 years. May Nicolopoulos, Library, 15 years. Christine Arena, Library, 5 years. Florence Brown, Parks and Rec, 5 years. Arnold Dillon Jr., Parks and Rec, 20 years. Sarah Holly, Parks and Rec, 20 years. Dale Hamlet, Parks and Rec, 10 years. James Chalkley, Parks and Rec, 5 years. Matthew Ross, Parks and Rec, 5 years. Patrick Meeks, Public Safety, 15 years. Justin Hines, Public Safety, 15 years. Ronald Gearhart, Public Safety, 15 years. Dana Arrington, Public Safety, 15 years. James Williamson, Public Safety, 10 years. Belinda Hodges, Public Safety, 5 years. Courtney Price, Public Safety, 5 years. Michael Price, Public Safety, 5 years. Christopher Stump, Public Safety, 5 years. Michael White, Public Safety, 5 years. James Geish, Public Safety, 5 years. Troy Reeves, Public Safety, 5 years. Crystal Harbor, Public Safety, 5 years. Christopher Knight, Public Safety, 5 years. Adam Brown, Public Safety, 5 years. Barry Sink, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 30 years. Daniel Silva, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 15 years. Paul Thompson, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 15 years. Brandon Perdue, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 10 years. John Luke, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 5 years. Ricky Tate, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 5 years. Kenneth Crook, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 5 years. Larry Ray, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 5 years. Melvin Wegler, Sanitation and Waste Removal, 5 years. Richard Hudson, Sheriff, 30 years. Katrina Hancock, Sheriff, 25 years. Sandra Ingram, Sheriff, 25 years. Robert Hodges, Sheriff, 20 years. Keith Grantham, Sheriff, 15 years. Ricky Davis, Sheriff, 15 years. Robert Pigg, Sheriff, 10 years. Robert Feather, Sheriff, 10 years. Megan Houston, Sheriff, 5 years. Stephen McFarland, Sheriff, 5 years. William Martin, Sheriff, 5 years.
Bubba's done retired one time. Second round.
Devontae Taylor, Sheriff, 5 years. Jesse Scoff, Sheriff, 5 years. Austin Kenny, Sheriff, 5 years. Harmon Nolan Jr., Sheriff, 5 years.
This fella here's done retired one time. Good to see you.
Logan Bird, Sheriff, 5 years. Anita Turner, Social Services, 15 years. Crystal Young, Social Services, 10 years. Cynthia Cundiff, Social Services, 10 years. Donna Barber, Social Services, 10 years. Joshua Akers, Social Services, 5 years. Carol Calloway, Social Services, 5 years. Ava Hernandez Gravely, Social Services, 5 years. Arlene Bryant, Social Services, 5 years. Kimberly Craghead, Treasurer, 25 years. Deborah Hodges, Treasurer, 20 years.
Thank you all for being here. There's a couple more. Are they here? Let's go ahead and call them.
Okay. Frida Maddox, Information Technology, 45 years.
Let me read this resolution. She'll get it. She's had prior engagement today. Whereas Frida T. Maddox has served Franklin County's IT Technology Department with distinction since June 28, 1976. And whereas Mrs. Maddox, through her 45 years of service, has used her skills and abilities and grown into her current internal services web and information services position in the Information Technology Department. And whereas Ms. Maddox, with her talents and efforts, has helped with the continued growth and success of Franklin County's Information Technology Department. And whereas Ms. Maddox continues to be a valuable and respected member of the information technology team, and whereas Ms. Maddox's success has come with time and hard work and her ability to accept the ever-changing challenges in the information technology world, and whereas Ms. Maddox has been a dependable and reliable employee who continues to exhibit a strong work ethic, which is very much appreciated. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors hereby adopts this resolution of service appreciation to honor Frida Maddox for her 45 years of service. The board wants to express their gratitude and appreciation for her dedication over the years as she realizes this milestone. Each member of the board wishes Frida a very happy work anniversary and continued success in her career. 45 years. Now, here's one at, this is the oldest employee the county's got. And I'm probably going to have to come back there and take you to her. I don't know if she can come up here or not. Come on up here, Phyllis. Get your cane. You want us to get a wheelchair?
Yeah, we've had that before.
45 years. These come in 5-year increments. And it's, you hold this.
Okay.
Whereas Phyllis K. Scott has served Franklin County and the employees of Franklin County with distinction and utmost dedication since March 1st, 1976, and whereas Ms. Scott, through her 45 years of service, with her talent, skills, and positive attitude, has successfully performed many roles in the finance department up to her current position as payroll and benefits analysis, and whereas Ms. Scott has done a tremendous job assisting the employees of Franklin County with their payroll and benefit questions and spearheading employee recognition events in a professional, caring, and friendly manner, and whereas Ms. Scott is a positive and compassionate person whose smile brings light and comfort in all she works with. Did we write that right?
I like that.
Whereas Ms. Scott's personal mission is to provide the best customer service to employees, in which we believe she accomplishes in an exceptional manner. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors hereby adopts this resolution of service appreciation to honor Phyllis for her 45 years of service. Due to her talents and efforts, Phyllis has been such a significant part of the Franklin County team, and we couldn't imagine our workplace without her. The board wants to express their gratitude and appreciation for her tireless dedication over the years. Each member of the board wishes Phyllis a very happy work anniversary and continued success in her career.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. You have to say that, didn't you? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, dear. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We're going.
They said he wasn't even born.
It wasn't even born. Well, she had to work, had to get a work permit.
I did, I was fine.
Had a work permit that she gave. We're gonna take a 5-minute break so we can get Phyllis back to her desk. Thank each and every one of you for being here today.
One kind of Little Debbie.
She don't like pizza, she don't like Little Debbie's. She's picky.
You not liking Little Debbie's definitely makes you weird.
I'm weird.
Everybody likes Little Debbie.
I like what my daddy used to call fly cakes. The fly cake.
Oh, the
The,
raisin.
With the raisin. Yeah.
Everybody, where's Tommy? I still want to see Tommy on that trampoline. Don't y'all?
The visual is just killing me.
It's just killing you, isn't it?
I'm just carrying on a family tradition.
All right. Well, that was exciting. That was good that we had a couple minutes with county employees and expressed our appreciation. Thank you all for being patient and everything that went on there. Okay, supervisors, we're coming up now on the consent agenda. Just want to remind everybody that sometimes some of your questions and comments call earlier, but we can and may be able to answer the questions. But at any time, if there's anything, we can pull it and go over it and then come back. So on our consent agenda, is there anything, Ms. Smith has something on one of them, and she'll tell us that in just a second. And so if anybody's got something and want to pull one of these, one's about the real estate every 4-year assessment and public safety emergency management report software.
Mr. Chairman, I
Ms. Smith.
actually wanted to pull both of them.
I want to pull both of them.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, well, let's
Did you want?
that take care of yours too. You wanted to pull one of them
I
too?
just had a simple question for Director Ferguson.
All right,
I
let's go
apologize.
with the real estate 4-year reassessment services, RFP. What's there? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to call the board's attention, how, we monitor fund balance very, very closely on this board. And the $315,000 is being recommended to come out of the unassigned fund balance. And I just want to call that to the board's attention, just to make sure that we are fully aware of what expenditures are being tapped for fund balance. The other thing I had on item number 2, I just had a question. I was wanting to know if our IT director, Mr. Harrison, he's here somewhere, if he was consulted, is he part of the team or someone on his staff that helps to work with the software because of the integration, and if it's part of the county system?
The ESO software and any of the public safety records management systems really do not doesn't go through IT, but we did talk to Mr. Harrison, and he was okay with it.
Okay, so there's no integration between the county and this?
The only integration we have is with the dispatch center, and we have an interface that's between them and us that pushes over their times and units.
And Billy, the reason I ask is because I just have conversations with Mr. Harrison throughout time, and, we've got to do better, not you, but, in communicating software changes and all. I think they've really got to be part of the team when we do
Yeah, I
things like
agree.
this.
We spoke yesterday, and the only questions he had was that the previous systems we use is how we're just going to keep that data, and it's all it's all cloud-based, and ESO will transition it for us too. So we're good there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question for Director Ferguson as well. I'm excited to see ESO, our fire department uses it. Do the volunteers know this is coming, Director?
Yeah, we've talked about it probably the better part of a year at chief
Okay.
captains meetings and other places along the way.
All right. Y'all going to try to do like individual department trainings, or how are y'all going to go about doing that?
Well, we'll set it up at probably different locations around the county. We work the ESO. They have their own trainers that come in and actually do the training. But yes,
So the ESO people will come in and help train everybody?
yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Carter, will you come forward for just a moment, please? The $315,000 that's coming from the unassigned fund balance,
Yes, sir.
that's where that's coming from, not from the money that's been set aside.
That's correct. There really is no other pot of money for us to take it from. And we didn't want to wait till September or October because we really need to sign the contract and get the assessors started by July in order to complete it. So you're correct, it would be the unassigned fund balance.
And so that money will go back in
So what we would look to
when
do.
you find out what's left.
Correct. Around September, October, we'd look to add that to what we might want to restore. That's up to about $2 million now between what we balance the budget
Be
with.
careful with
and-
that, don't we?
So certainly want the board to be aware of that any year-end surplus, about $2 million is needed just to restore before we look at anything else. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would just ask, Brian, is it possible that as part of our monthly financial packages that you can keep us apprised of what what the fund balance is looking, over and above the chart you already give us, but, what we're assigning monies to as we go through time?
Sure. And
Is that okay with the board?
I think it's a good idea myself.
And
So
so
we
just
can keep a
further
record,
further
track
breakdown
what's going on.
of what we do in the monthly finance report is what I'm hearing, but
Yeah,
similar
what's coming out of
information.
unassigned fund balance?
Sure.
Yeah, as a separate report. It doesn't have to show up on your summation report, but.
You want this as a board item or maybe a Friday packet item?
You can, as far as I'm concerned, the rest of the board, when you do your summary, just another line into the, when you do your finance report, I'll say it right in a minute. You
Okay.
do your finance report, just a line in there.
Okay.
Thank you,
We can
Brian.
add that, absolutely.
Thank you. All right, that, raise any more questions, anything there? All right, we need a motion on this.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Need a second? Got a second? All right, we need a roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, you're
Supervisor
fine, don't
Mitchell.
worry about it.
Uh,
There's two Ronnies and two Mitchells, so I know it's confusing.
It's okay.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes, thank you. Good job. All right. Mr. Daniels, Todd Daniels with his VDOT report. Now, this is his regular report. We're gonna go back in the back directly for the other part of it, 6-year plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good to be with you. I've got my normal report. I will hit the highlights of, but first I wanted to congratulate Ms. Maddox and Ms. Scott. 45 years is, in these times, something to be proud of. We are holding an event Thursday for all of our 30 and above. And we do the same thing on 5-year anniversaries, and we're lucky enough in Bedford to have one individual, he's from Bedford County, but in our residency, getting his 45-year service award. It's
Pretty remarkable.
yeah, it's pretty good loyalty that needs to be rewarded. So I will say, not to date Ms. Scott, but I was 5 when she started.
Sure you were. Sure you were.
So it's nice to see that. It's hard to come by. On page 1, I want to note Route 612, Cornell Road. For some time, you've seen those slopes that have eroded on the frontage roads there. We've done some cleanup work. It's been completed, but it's not seeded. We'll have to go back and revegetate some of that area. And there's still a little bit of work to clean up at the bottom possibly, but for all accounts and purposes, we've stabilized it and completed that. Moving down for activities in the next 60 days, we've actually completed one of those, Copperfield Road, which was damaged in the March 23rd storms. So we had to replace a pipe, and Copperfield is a dead-end road, if you remember, and set some concrete end walls, and that's been complete and it's open. Still needs to have a surface treatment placed on it. Route 921 Altice Mill, right outside of town, it's still got work to be done. It's in a planning stage right now, so we will remove that bullet for a few months until we get that planning complete. It's stable, it's open, it's safe, but we're going to have to replace those culverts. It's 2 culverts in there. So you won't see that until we get ready to do that work again. Moving on to page 2, under construction. The roundabout was officially accepted today. I saw the C5 report, which is a document we use to accept the project. So it is complete and functioning well, I will say. Over on page 3, the 2 projects that we've got under project status, we have a pre-construction scheduled for both of those next Monday in our office here in Rocky Mount. So they will be getting underway very soon. The pre-construction is a meeting held just before we go to work in the field. So both Timberline and the Brooks Mill Road, Burnt Chimney Road roundabout will be starting soon. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Anybody got any questions, Ronnie?
I got a couple. I received an email from a constituent in regards to Brick Church Road. It's pretty rough. I travel that road quite frequently myself, well, almost every day. And they had a good point, that being one of the main roads there in and out and around our business park. If we could get some improvements to that road, that'd be fantastic.
Mr. Mitchell, the roughness, was it related to patching we had done recently? Do you know, just overall rough, was that the comment?
I think just this short, yeah, basically, just rough, yeah. If you guys are out there and take a look, that would be fantastic. And I think it's just the stretch from 220 to Grassy Hill.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Real quick, I see the Sago stores on your land development and permits, and quick question, just looking at the plans for that store, it being on the corner of, I guess it's Snow Creek Road and, is that True Vine? Does True Vine jump across Snow Creek Road
I don't
there?
think, is
or
it
does
True Vine on both sides?
Or does it?
It is. Yeah,
It
True Vine
stays
on both
True
sides.
Vine, right?
Yeah.
Because from what I understand, there's 2 entrances to that property that they're asking for.
Proposed, yes, sir.
And I understand there's some issues going on there. When I look at that, but then I look at Dollar General down there at 220 and 619, how did they get away with it?
Well, partly, and I may have to ask Brian to help me a little bit, but one of the differences is the entrance on 220 for the Dollar General is a natural right in, right out, because you've got a median. So you can't turn left out of the 220 entrance, if I recall, on that particular. And they've also got the entrance off of Castle. So True Vine on that corner is a local road, and that matters because of the classification. So where that entrance can go relative to the connecting street has to do with the classification and the type of use. So that entrance, not as hard to deal with. When you move on to Snow Creek Road, it's a higher classification, how close the entrance can be to the connecting street, the intersection with the local street. It gets greater. There's other requirements with sight distance and just distance away from the intersection. There are some waivers and approvals that can be granted depending upon the conditions. But it boils down to type of highway, classification, and type of use. Those 3 things are the main factors, if you will.
Okay.
And I'm gonna confirm, I'm covering that, okay? Yeah, we're good, okay, yeah.
So is it true that lowering the speed limit will help with the ease of getting that second entrance in?
So if a speed limit, the distance the entrance or the sight distance relative to the entrance, sight distance required, is a factor of the speed limit. Now, we will not typically lower a speed limit specifically or only for commercial development. We would study any road if you request it, but the speed limit determination would be based on some federal guidance we have. Our traffic engineers do that. We don't do that out of our shop. Geometry of the road, other factors, and I couldn't list them all, Mr. Mitchell. But speed limit has an effect on how much sight distance is required, whether it's stopping or intersection sight distance.
Right. Yeah, I just, having something in the Sago area, got a lot of family and friends that live down there, and that community's been lacking a good place to go and get groceries without having to drive to Rocky Mount. Anything you guys can do to help with progressing that project forward, I would greatly appreciate it.
I think I could best summarize it by saying we agree with having, whether it's a Sago community or whatever community it may be in either of our counties we deal with, we're definitely not trying to inhibit the development. And I think Ms. Smith spoke very well the other night about this very subject at the CTB, at our public hearing. You know, we're governed by a lot of the same or all the same regulations that the majority of the state is. I talked about roadway classification, and that's a product of traffic volume and whether it connects and all.
Oh, I get it. And I'm not saying you guys are inhibiting. I'm saying if there's ways to work with that project that, you know, if we can think outside the box, if there's something you guys need from our board to where we can support that community of this project, you guys reach out to us, please. I'm by no means saying you guys have rules and guidelines to follow, and I get that. It's just if there's something we can do, you know, I don't know, does a traffic study, you know, whatever we can do to try to help that community down there, because, you know, they don't have anything down there really. So it'd be really nice for them to have something.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Anyone else? Mike?
Thank you. Todd, I just have a couple things. I've gotten some emails, resurfacing of Commerce Road at Commerce Center. And also, are there plans or what's the status of lighting for the Rocky Mount Park and Ride? There's been some theft issues out there.
Yeah, Ms. Sims had reached out to us about that. We've talked to our folks in traffic engineering. We don't light every park and ride. We're not real clear on a policy on, do we just put up lights, you know, at the Rocky Mount Park and Ride? Do we work with the county to somehow put up the lights, or even the town for that matter, because it's in the town limits? We don't have that answer yet. An example of a lit park and ride is the one at the 140 exit off 81, but that's a very new park and ride. We reconstructed it. It's got I don't know the number of cars it holds, but it's a newer park and ride. I don't have a great answer for it. I don't have a resolution today, but we're working towards figuring out who should or can light it.
Right.
And there's a way to do that, Mr. Carter, whether even if we come back to the county and say, hey, Mr. and Ms. County, y'all can do it. We're not going to, if that's the answer. I don't know if it will be. And then we can permit the county to light it.
Well, it's in the town limits, so I sort of feel like it falls back.
Well,
on you.
and substitute town for county, yeah. We'll work towards that. I'm trying to think of Mr. Wood. He calls me occasionally. I don't know if he may have asked me about that as well with the town, but we're working on an answer.
Okay, thank
sir.
you.
Yeah.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you. Todd,
Yes, ma'am.
can you refresh my memory, please, on the roundabout at Hardy and 122 about the center grassed area there? Is that the responsibility of the county, or do we work in tandem with VDOT on that?
Today, it is our responsibility, VDOT. And we went out, Ms. Smith, I drove through the daggone thing and I didn't even look at the grass in the center. I knew somebody called, had a complaint about it. We went out and we weed eated it.
It's pretty high, but, you know, I just envision something, you know, aesthetic, you know, if you will. And I know that becomes part of the county responsibility at that point. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's several ways to do this. Now, I will say that we typically mow like 220, 122, 3 times a year. In fact, you'll see 122 and 220 mowed here pretty quick. But that's only 3 times a year. I don't know that that's going to be acceptable for the center of the roundabout. And in other places, more urban areas, it hasn't been acceptable. So I could commit to you that we're going to mow it more than 3 times a year. I couldn't commit to you that we're going to keep it probably looking as good as you would like it, because it is a gateway. So the county, yes, the county can enter into an agreement with us to maintain it, but sponsorship is also a way to do it with a business in the Westlake area. You may have seen that in some other places. Yeah, I got to be careful what I say, but I think if someone sponsored it, it would probably have potential to look pretty good. I don't know how many options we have that would be willing to do that.
Right now, it just looks really bad.
Yeah, and partly because, not an excuse, but anytime with new construction, you do your seed, and we've got some winter mix, and it's new, grows real fast in the spring. Unfortunately, if we turn off dry, you're going to see some bare spots in it.
Sure,
So
sure.
it's landscaping will be absolutely the most aesthetic
Yeah,
way to handle it.
yeah.
if we can
I
get that.
just wanted, I wasn't complaining about the high grass, don't get me
No,
wrong.
it's-
I just wanted to inquire about what I could do from my position to try to work on doing something there, if you will.
And, you know, we got Burn Chimney and Brooks Mill coming up. We'll
That's
have
right.
the same conversation.
Okay, thank
ma'am.
you.
Mr. Gundy.
Mr. Daniels?
Yes.
How you doing today, sir?
Doing well.
Good, fantastic. Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for what all you do. I know it's a tough job, but I appreciate everything that you all do. 834, from Wilson Store to Route 40. Any plans on widening it or doing anything more about it?
No widening plans. The only activity on 834 that's in, we finished the wedging and the rumble strips from Burnt Chimney to Scruggs Road. That's basically complete. Roundabout's coming up, and as far as I know, Mr. Cuniff, that's the end of the construction, improvements, widening type projects on the slate for Brooks Mill.
Okay. Well, like I said, once again, thank y'all for what you do.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. We appreciate it. We'll see you in the work session.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Brian
Chairman,
Carter.
I was just going to ask, did you want to report out on the CTB hearing?
We'll see if we can get that in after a while.
Okay.
Mr. Carter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, so our finance report this month is through April 30th. 10 months out of the fiscal year, we're looking at about 83.3% that we would expect out of the budget. So overall, revenues are looking good, at or exceeding that. That would especially be monthly. From the expenditure standpoint, you can see all of our departments are for the most part below or right at within reasonable variation. So looking very well from the standpoint there. Revenues are good, departments are managing their expense budgets. Just to graphically show that to you on the revenue side, you can see we have our peak, of course, with property taxes. Now this graph will change as we enter twice a year this year. So you'll probably start to see a little bit of a peak in the May-June timeframe as well. We'll monitor that. Breaking it down a little bit more to the categories. So your general property taxes, of course, is the main driver. They're up about 1.6 million. That pretty much is real and personal year over year. You can see your other local, that's up a little bit, almost 500,000, and state revenue is up about 660,000. So to break it down a little more, you can see your real estate. We have a little under $500,000 in growth. That's about 1.2%. And that's consistently what we see for healthy growth and new construction, things of that nature, and non-reassessment year. So personal property, we're still seeing strong growth. We're at 10.7% increase, 1.3 million year over year. That's very good, healthy personal property growth. And that's consistent with what we were looking at from a budget standpoint as well. Local sales tax is still strong at 8.4% increase year over year, almost 450,000. We're almost at budget there, so that's good. Of course, that also is 2 months behind, so remember from the state. So what we're receiving in April would be February sales taxes. So our meals tax is still going strong. You can see it's kind of leveled off a little bit from prior years. So the current year, the red line is the current year. We're still at 12.4% growth, but you can see that's getting closer. I think you're probably, maybe I'm wrong, but you might see a little contraction with the inflation a little bit. That's starting to tighten it up when we look at a comparison, but still 126,000 over where we were this time last year. Transient occupancy, similar things. If you notice the last 3 months or so, it's kind of flatlined a little bit as far as the growth from prior year. So that's about 61,000, 32%. I think a lot of that, though, is still driven by the increase of 2% on the occupancy tax. So expenditures, you can see, I mean, you know, up and down. And so we had a little bit of a down month for April, but it was up in February and March. So, but overall, we're still tracking where we expect to be for this point of the year. Breaking it down categorically, you can see pretty much every category is up a little bit over prior year. We would certainly expect that with inflation. Public safety, of course, is still the CARES Act, and that's going to be the case the rest of this year. And we typically break down health and welfare a little more, and you can see social services is up compared to this time prior year. CSA is down for right now. I think that just happened to be a timing of the month. I really think projection-wise, we're probably going to be maybe a little above budget for CSA this year, so we're concerned about that. We're starting to get contracts back with new rates, and they're up significantly, double-digit increases we're looking for next fiscal year, so it's certainly a budget pressure and something we're concerned about. Fund balance, so we will break this down a little more next month's meeting, but you can see there really is no change. We're still at the 7.8 million. The school year in surplus, that 2,459,000 was their entire surplus from last fiscal year. So no matter what action you take today, it's accounted for in that number. We're anticipating and just designating all of that at the board's discretion for the schools. So an additional 200,000 will not add to the 2,459,000. It's already included. Just wanted to point that out. So for the economic update, I shaved this down a little bit. April inflation was 8.3%. It was still high. You're still seeing 3 months plus now of near 8% basically of inflation, 40-year high. The Federal Reserve is really hiking interest rates. They're probably going to look at it every month over the summer. Typically, when they hike, they do 0.25%. Now they're looking at 0.5%. So by the end of the summer, keep in mind that we may be looking at 2% higher borrowing costs for us for any future projects in the near future. So something that we're looking as staff to manage. Of course, we have possible big projects on the horizon, which means it's going to cost us more money to borrow for those and accomplish them and construct them, in addition to the increased construction costs. So we're monitoring. Unfortunately, we are where we are. We know that, and so we'll keep that updated for you. The budget update, we still don't have a budget from the state. They met on April 27th. They really didn't accomplish a lot from a local government standpoint anyway. And we really don't know when we're going to have an approved state budget. We're hoping by the end of May. The concern for us is that it holds up revenue estimates for our school system, which is also critical for our middle school project to know what funding we may or may not get from the state. But it's also for our constitutional offices, especially with our compensation that we're trying to accomplish. And so we certainly would like to know what state money we're going to get. So what'll probably happen is if we get the revenue estimates in time, we can look at the budget at the June meeting. If not, we'll start the year and then we'll just amend the budget for material items once we finally get those numbers. But it's certainly not helpful, the delay. I'd be happy to answer any questions or attempt to.
Right.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you as usual. I don't think you've been in some of the emails I've sent to county administrator with the inflation and market values on stuff. I just want you to know I like to let you know how I feel about stuff, but I want to get out there and try to get in front of this inflation on the market values of vehicles and personal property coming up later in the year. I want you to know where I stand. I don't want us to send bills out and then ask for money back. I want us to do, if you want to call it a rebate, whatever it is, up front for the citizens so we can try to help them. I know you guys have some of that based into the budget, but not this crazy, ridiculous amount that our commissioner keeps informing us about. We're getting articles every week from her on what localities are doing, and I want Franklin County to definitely take charge and be in front of that. And on top of that, I know there's an easy way to do it and a hard way to do it for Margaret. And with her staffing situation, I would like this county to try to work with her so it's the easy way for Margaret to do it. I think it was a ratio based versus a different type of way. One way is easier than the other for Margaret, and with her staffing, since she didn't get her full-time position, I think you guys need to help her in doing it the easy way. But I don't want to send bills out and then do it that way. I want us to give, if it's the form of a rebate, however, But I don't want our citizens getting these large personal property tax bills that are 25, 30% more than what they should be. Hopefully inflation is going to start coming down. God help us if it doesn't. I don't know what we're going to do. But I want you to know where I stand on that, because I don't think you were part of some of those email conversations. But this is something that's really stressing me, and I think we owe it to our citizens that if we don't need the money, we shouldn't take it from them. All right?
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Bernice Cobbs, Superintendent, Franklin County Board of Supervisors. Dr. Cobbs, it's over carryover appropriations.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to come before you. I'm going to give you just a quick summary of our carryover funds for the 2021 school year. At the beginning of the school year, we had approximately, as Brian said, $2.4 million. In November, we came before you. We requested approximately $1.4 million to give our staff members full and part-time a bonus. Also at that time, we requested additional funds for secure entrances at Snow Creek Elementary and at Burnt Chimney, that totaling approximately $624,000. And at that time, that left a balance of approximately $423,000. Thereafter, we came back in February and requested approximately $196,000, because once we received the bids for Snow Creek and Burnt Chimney, we saw that the projected cost had increased due to inflation. So at that time, it left a balance of approximately $227,000, and that's where we are today. I am here today to request $214,984 from the remaining carryover funds to purchase two 72-passenger school buses that we have been notified that should be available, and they had said first come, first serve. Mr. Williams is here today to speak to any questions you might have concerning our bus fleet, but I appreciate any consideration and approval for the two school buses.
Thank you. Anybody got any questions, or anybody want to make a motion?
I just have a quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
For either one of you, Dr. Cobbs, does the purchase of these buses keep you all on your consistent fleet replacement schedule? Where are you on that?
No, we're still behind on the replacement schedule. Right now, we're able to get, I believe it's 3 per year through budgeting process.
Right.
And that still is behind. I mean, several years ago, before I was in this position, 10 years ago, we were getting 10 buses a year. And so right now, our fleet is aging. The oldest buses that we have on the road right now on an everyday basis is a 2001 model, and they're over 200,000 miles.
Okay. So the number that you're behind is what?
Probably 15 or so buses.
Okay.
And again, because a lot of the aging of the fleet.
And where are we as a locality? Are there any discussions about putting seat belts in the buses?
Well, that's not a regulation right now through the Transportation Board, and so there is not. That would really come through the Transportation Board if we were to have seat belts in the buses. We do have some that have integrated seats, but those are classified as special ed buses.
Right. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you all. Anybody got a motion? Ronnie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors approve the carryover request in the amount of $214,984 for school buses.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Tatum,
Yes, I'll second that motion.
y'all pick one. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, do a roll call vote on that, please.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith, Supervisor Thompson.
Yes. Thank you. Facility projects update.
Yes, sir. I will have Mr. Williams and Mr. Spencer to come and give you an update.
Thank you.
Are some of the facility updates that I'd like to bring you up to speed on our Glade Hill and Sontag AC that will be taking place this summer. Those will start on the evening of the 19th, which is this week, and anticipated completion of that is July 29th of this summer. Burnt Chimney and Snow Creek entrances are also going to take place this summer. They're slated to start also on May 20th, which is this week. Those two projects specifically, that will complete air conditionings in the cafeterias, and it will complete the secure entrances for all of the elementary schools. The roof project, the BFMS HVAC roofing project, that kickoff meeting happened on April the 26th. That was to get the 65% drawings, and the target date of those returning back to us is November the 18th. As far as the Franklin County High School, CTE, we have the RFP ready for that to go out. I believe there are dates already scheduled. They go into the newspaper. We are looking to get that recommendation to the school board in the September school board meeting.
Thank you, sir. Anybody got any questions?
I would just ask, is it possible for us to get a copy, email of the RFP?
Yes,
Okay,
Yep.
that would be
we
great.
can share that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Michael Armbruster, Executive Director, West Piedmont Planning. How are you today, sir?
I'm well, thank you, Mr.
Good to have you
Chairman,
with us.
members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. I know you heard from my colleague, Jeremy Holmes, last month, and the PDCs work really well together, and I'm pleased that Franklin County is supported by two planning district commissions, one of, I think, only 2 or 3 counties in the Commonwealth that has 2 PDCs that support them. I think just like Mr. Holmes said, we are here to support the county and to support our local governments, and we've made some changes over the past year to try to do that better. First and foremost, though, I wanted to actually commend the county on having such a strong staff, and I think this meeting was very timely for me to attend because the main point I wanted to get across, our staff has worked with several different departments in the county over the past year, and we have had nothing but tremendous partnership, cooperation, and we've been very successful with working with the county. And I think that this county has just one of the best staffs I've ever worked with. And as a resident of Franklin County, that also pleases me as well. So just wanted to give a quick update. And one of the great things about PDCs is we're able to be very flexible. So I'm going to manipulate my comments a little bit to try to get you all back on schedule. Over the past year, we have made some changes. We are increasing our staff capacity. We've grown from about 6 staff members to 9, and we actually just announced 2 new positions that we're going to try to fill. The focus there is to increase our capacity to serve our localities. We have a couple new focus areas that we're working on. Traditionally, West Piedmont Planning District has focused on regional planning. We're starting to follow a model that other PDCs follow, which is regional planning, but also more boots on the ground, direct work with our local governments in grant writing, grant administration, project development. I've provided a presentation, and I won't go through all of it because you can see the projects that we've worked on, the grants that we've secured and have have submitted. Hopefully, we'll find out soon on the rest of those. But did want you to know that we are focused more on that direct service to our local governments. This next year's budget, which hopefully our board will approve next week, we're bringing in $6 for every $1 of local funding that we receive. So that's $6 in federal, state funding, as well as project funding that we bring in. So we're pleased with that. We think that we provide a good bang for the buck for our localities. So again, these next few slides are just some of the things that we've done and completed over the past 1 to 2 years. We did complete 2 pretty large regional economic development plans, one focused on recovering from the pandemic. The other is a substantial update of our comprehensive economic development strategy, which is our regional economic development plan. These plans are important because any applications that go to the Economic Development Administration have to be supported by these plans. So they're extremely important for our region. I hope that the board has probably seen West Piedmont working in Franklin County in transportation activities over a long period of time. It's one of our bread and butter services, and we've done quite a bit here in Franklin. One of the activities that we're providing this year is we are going to resubmit the US 220 Iron Ridge Road Smart Scale application. We've already provided the pre-application of EDOT, so we hope to be able to get that one in later this summer. Under community and economic development, 2 projects I did want to point out. One, we just received EDA funding for our agritourism and agribusiness program. This is a new service that we're bringing to the region, and with the agricultural heritage in Franklin County, I think Franklin County is going to be a real showcase in that program. Homestead Creamery is one of the best agritourism attractions in Virginia, I think. So we'll be working to really itemize and assess our businesses and agritourism assets and market and promote those. The other is an EDA application that we worked with Franklin County and Patrick County to submit. We saw an opportunity to save some money with procurement and some other things. We had a lot of requests for economic studies and infrastructure studies and some other things. So we were able to pull those together into one large application, which makes it more competitive for EDA. So that's been submitted, and we hope EDA won't drag that out on their approval. You can see several other applications and projects that we've submitted and have been working on. Broadband is obviously a big project going on right now. We did receive 3 VATI grants, extend far outside of our footprint. And as I said, PDCs tend to be flexible and we work together well. So we're actually administering one of these outside of our boundaries into 2 other PDCs. So we worked with those 2 PDCs to do that. The WPPDC West Universal Broadband Project includes Franklin County. We are in the pre-contract phase. We hope to have all the pre-contract requirements done we hope by the middle of June, except for the environmental review. That's going through a review process, should finish up the middle of July. And at that point, we hope to be able to get under contract and get things moving. Housing is another big new initiative that we have, and I know that Franklin County's done a lot of work in housing. We secured a Virginia Housing Grant for a regional and local housing study, very similar to what the New River Valley Regional Commission completed in their region. We're working with Virginia Tech and Virginia Housing Forward to complete that. It's going to look at housing in the region, but each locality in our region actually has an opportunity to identify 4 strategic focus areas. And our consultants and Virginia Tech students are going to focus on those and come up with some actionable strategies to help address each one of those 4 areas. So we're excited about that. It's also going to help our localities have a foundation for CDBG housing rehab projects. It's a new requirement that DHCD has for housing, so we're going to go ahead and put that foundation into this housing study so that we can help move forward with housing rehab projects. Our other big housing initiative is our housing production program. We received a $2 million grant from Virginia Housing. We have announced 10 projects that are going to receive those funds, and we have an 11th that we hope will be announced later this month. Our goal was 20 new affordable housing units, and I think we're going to get close to about 150. So we have identified some really great projects, and we're working really hard with Virginia Housing to get a second round of that funding and hopefully a third and fourth round. And we're working with county staff to develop some projects here in Franklin County because our goal is to spread that money across the region. So this next round that we get, we really hope to be able to focus that in Franklin. Public safety has been a big project that we focused on in Franklin County. Several FEMA and VDEM applications have gone in. The first two on this list, the BRIC, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, and then the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program are both the same project, but it's a critical project for the county. It would develop a communications tower in Boone's Mill to help close that gap that the county has in the emergency communication system. We just received a new benefit cost analysis score, and I was extremely pleased with that score. I think it's going to make the project very competitive, and our VDEM partners seemed very pleased with that score as well. So hopefully we'll get a really great announcement on that soon. And then there's several other things that the PDC provides to our localities. One of the things that I think has been a benefit here in Franklin County is the Jobs EQ access. So we've provided a license to one license to all of our localities. This is a economic development data portal through Chmura, and I think Mike and Beth have used that, which is pretty expensive. So again, we're able to kind of bring everybody together and lower the cost for that. And again, several other things that we've worked on and some benefits we've provided for the county. So the main reason that I'm here is to talk about the regional multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. The original plan was adopted in 2006. It has to be updated every 5 years, and we just completed the 4th update. The plan is a requirement of each locality has to have a hazard mitigation plan, and this is related to the Stafford Act and the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. The importance of the plan is that when the locality applies for those FEMA grants and those grants from VDEM, those projects have to be supported in the hazard mitigation plan. So one of the things we made sure is that in this update, it does support that tower project. So that was one of the things we wanted to make sure because we knew that application was going to go in. We did receive a grant from VDEM, it's also FEMA. It was matched with local funds, funding from each of our localities as well as the planning district. We started the planning process in December 2020. It took a little over a year to complete that process. We had a lot of input opportunities, both for our localities. We had local planning team meetings. We had our mitigation advisory committee meetings. We had opportunities for public input, both a online GIS story map, surveys, public meetings. We also sent a survey out to partners outside of the region because, as we all know, natural disasters don't stay within boundaries. So we wanted to get input from regions around us as well. The plan was submitted to VDEM for review and comment. Then it was submitted to FEMA. FEMA did provide approval pending adoption in February of this year. We have had some localities adopt the plan already, so it is technically approved by FEMA. But again, each locality has to adopt the plan to be able to be supported by that plan for FEMA and VDEM applications. Here's a listing of, we had quite a bit of support from Franklin County staff, and you can see sort of the roles and information that they provided. So a great showing from Franklin County and the towns within the county. And one of the big pieces of this hazard mitigation plan is the hazard identification and risk assessment. They call it HERA. This is really a snapshot of that hazard identification over each kind of iteration of the plan. And you can see, we all know that hurricane wind, severe weather has become more common. And you can see that in the iterations of our plan that it's gone from moderate to medium and high. You can also see that in some of the other things like drought. We've started to see more of that. So the plan is designed to address these needs that are the most prominent in our communities. And one of the focus areas this year in this update was to make the plan easier to implement and easier to track the progress. So we worked pretty hard. We cut down our goals from 9 to 3. It's much easier to address those 3 core goals than have 9 goals that we were not able to reach. Each one of those goals has 3 to 5 strategies underneath it, and they're all prioritized by locality. And then each locality has a set of mitigation strategies. Franklin County has 8 mitigation strategies, and this is an example of how those strategies are set up. So within each one of those, you can see kind of who's responsible, what it's going to cost, whether it's a short-term goal or long-term goal, and that's really going to help us implement those strategies and keep keep tabs on those so that we can report to VDEM. And that, in a nutshell, is kind of our hazard mitigation plan and an update from the PDC. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. And I want to provide my contact information because we are always available for suggestions, new projects, anything we can do to help the county. We want to hear from you all about that.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Armbruster? Thank you, Mr. Armbruster, for being here today and for your presentation. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
a whole lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to vote on this mitigation plan. There's a proposal there in the back, board action. I need a motion, and it's going to be in tab 6. I need a motion
Mr.
to
Chairman,
approve or deny.
I move to approve the request of the Franklin County Department of Public Safety for the adoption of the updated West Piedmont Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation 2021 Plan as presented.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, has either one of the supervisors on the phone had anything to say? I can't see their hand when they raise it.
Supervisor Tatum, do you have any questions or anything to add?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call vote on that, please.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell is absent to vote. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell, Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. We'll take a very quick break, and we will reconvene in B75 for our BDOT work session.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
As the board breaks, I'd just like to thank Mr. Armbruster and the West Piedmont Planning District staff. I think this board knows that, of course, we belong to 2 planning district commissions, as Mr. Armbruster noted, and certainly work with West Piedmont over the many, many years, but certainly the last few years, and the millions of dollars that the county has secured, both from EDA, when we talk about connector roads, or when we're talking about FEMA and VDEM, potential public safety radio towers, it is significant. And it does save our board and our tax payers significant dollars. And I just want to personally thank you, Mr. Armbruster, and your team. And thank you for your kind comments. Our staff really enjoys working with your staff as well. You've got a great staff.
All righty. Thanks. Started. Good to have each and every one of you here tonight. Thank you for coming out. All right, Ms. Smith, will you read from the closed session, please?
Yes, sir, I'm happy to. I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which the certification resolution applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Second.
You get a second? Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote on that, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell is absent for the vote. Chairman Thompson,
Yes. All right, thank you. We've got some appointments that we need to make. I'll entertain any motions that we need.
So moved. You said
Which
make a
one,
motion.
sir? All right, let's go with the Piedmont Community Services Board. I need a motion on that.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we appoint Justin Sigmund to the Piedmont Community Services Board for an established term, I believe, of 3 years.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right. Madam Clerk, we got, was one more. Which one was that?
It's Roanoke Allegheny. Roanoke Allegheny.
The Roanoke Allegheny Regional Planning Commission. All right, we need the Roanoke Allegheny Regional Planning Commission. There was two names that were brought out on there. Was two names that was brought on there. One of them was Supervisor Smith and Supervisor Carter. So I need a motion on them.
So moved.
Second? No second?
I'll second it.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, that took care of that. All right, now, Mr. Whitlow, do we need to do a motion and or can we just do it by consensus? To give you and staff the authorization to go into these lease agreements?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I think we will need a formal motion, and the first one would be in the form of a motion to enter into an amendment in the lease for the Westlake Library as presented.
I will make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we need a second.
Second.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? None. And the next one?
And the next one, Mr. Chairman, is enter into lease renewal amendments for 1516 Franklin Street and 1488 Franklin Street, the public safety
Public
office
safety.
facilities.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Aye.
One opposition. All right, that covers all of that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, now, we were in there working on our solar ordinance, and we didn't even talk about the temporary events. We're gonna table that. I guess I'll have to get a motion on that. But our solar ordinance, we went into our closed session and met with our attorney on some questions. Are we ready to vote on that? Or are we at a place that we need to table it for 30 more days to give the staff time to work on the ordinance? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we table it till they get answers to the questions that we asked in closed session.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call vote on that, please?
yes, sir. Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
No.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, now the temporary events work session, we didn't do anything on that. Do we want to work on that tonight, or we want to table that until our June meeting?
Table, table.
You make that a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that the board table review and discussion of the temporary events draft
Need a second?
changes.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote on that, please? Since it's an agenda item.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell is absent for the vote. Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, that takes care of that.
Mr. Chairman,
I think it,
we told Mr. Mitchell, Leland Mitchell, we were gonna call him when we're back in the session.
did y'all call him
I was
back?
gonna step out and call his cell phone to just make sure that he was still.
Okay.
As soon as we start the public hearings.
All right, you want to go ahead and try to call him?
Yeah.
Mr. Whitlow,
Yes, sir.
your report, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several things like to inform the board on. Some upcoming events. It is Fire EMS Week here in I guess in the United States, and certainly our public safety, the men and women of public safety, our emergency medical service workers. There will be lunches served over the next couple of days. I think I've shared that information with the board earlier this week. Started today. There will also be tomorrow, May 18th, and Thursday, May 19th, from 11:30 to 1 at the Franklin County Department of Public Safety Training Center. It's a time if board members have an opportunity to go by and have some lunch with our first responders, and certainly we know that emergency medical service teams are readily available, providing life-saving care to all folks 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we just want to let our director know and let our first responders know how much we appreciate them. In addition, Mr. Chairman, this coming Thursday evening at 5:30 is the ribbon cutting ceremony for Virginia Furniture Market there in Wirtz, and really appreciate Mr. Joel Shepard and his investment in our community. And Mr. Chairman, I think you and members of the board are certainly invited and will be presenting at that event. And in addition, I'm reminded Thursday evening is also our high school graduation. Certainly like to wish all the graduates the best of luck and congratulations. Earlier today, it was mentioned Piedmont Community Services this Friday is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and the board certainly is invited to that. And I think we've shared that information with you all. I'm reminded also, last week was Economic Development Week for economic development professionals, and of course, we appreciate all the work that our staff does in terms of supporting economic development. And we know May is Small Business Appreciation Month, and 99.5% of all Virginia businesses are small. And so we encourage certainly our board to recognize our small businesses here in Franklin County and the good work that the private sector does to support Franklin County. And we appreciate all the investments in Franklin County. I would add, Mr. Chairman, a couple of other items that we had shared previously with the board. Last week, we were awarded a $1.5 million grant to continue the grading on the 100-acre pad at Summit View Business Park. Initially in January, the county was awarded $1 million. And so that brings that total to $2.5 million. So we congratulate our economic development staff on working on those applications to get that grading work underway. And so staff will likely be looking to develop that RFP and get that out on the street so that project can get designed. And then hopefully some grading work can get taking place after the first of next year. And then, Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of, I think we already recognized our latest addition to the county staff, Madeline Torres. We really appreciate Madeline joining the county team. She's no stranger to us. She previously worked, of course, in the county administration office for 5 years, helping to support our office as well as tourism. And Madeline has been the last several years in the Commissioner of Revenue's office. And so we are glad, Madeline, that you're with us. We're glad that Madeline, not to confuse the public, there's a Madeline and a Maderlin there at the desk this evening. We really appreciate Madeline coming back and helping during this transition. Also appreciate Ms. Margaret Torrance and working through the transition of Madeline coming to our office. And then, Mr. Chairman, I also mentioned to the board last week, we have hired a director of tourism for Franklin County, and that person is in the audience this evening as a spectator, and it's nice to see Mr. Kevin Tosh. He's no stranger to Franklin County.
Hold your hand up, Kevin.
A Franklin County.
There you go, buddy.
A Franklin County native. He's a graduate of Virginia Tech with a degree in communications, and for most of Franklin County, he often is the face of this community with all the work that he's done through the years with Cable 12, and Cable 12's been such a great partner, and I know will continue to be a good partner, as Kevin has reassured us. That strong relationship with Cable 12 will continue, and we look forward for Kevin to coming onto the team. I probably can't think of anyone that maybe knows a lot about Franklin County, as Kevin has interviewed a lot of different people and organizations through the years. So Kevin, it's nice to have you join us, and both Maderlin and Kevin will officially start June 6th in our office. So I know that was a lot of updates, Mr. Chairman, and I could answer any questions that the board may have.
All right, anybody? Okay. We have another report, our county attorney report, but Jim's off. Chris, you got anything? Any
No
instructions?
report, thank you.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Just happy to be here.
You're missing your moment.
Oh, come on
Him threw
now.
him to the wolves today.
I told him he's earned his keep today.
We'll give you another opportunity.
I hear there's a delicious cookie.
There you go.
You
There
got the
go.
cookie? Okay. All right. We're going to go into recess for our previously advertised public hearings as following. Who's from county staff going to do? Lisa. All right. Number 1, application for comprehensive plan conformance review.
How ironic. We're here this evening, our first public hearing. Do you want me to wait for Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Mitchell wants to join us, Leland Mitchell, and she's calling him on that.
Technology first.
Okay.
Leland Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, you on?
Leland, can you hear us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, speaking to your mic, please.
Okay, we're here for an application for a comprehensive plan review, conformance review from the section 15.22232. And it is for the Western Virginia Water Authority is the applicant, and Larry Draper is the owner. They are, I think they're both here in the audience to speak later. Just to give you a little bit of background about the property, I guess I should get back here. It is on Old Franklin Turnpike in the Union Hall District. It's a vacant piece of property, and the request is to make sure that the public water system is compatible with our comprehensive plan. So as you have heard recently, the 15.22232 is a comprehensive review to make sure that this public utility water system is in compliance with your comprehensive plan. The property is currently zoned A1. It's going to be only using 15.3 acres. It's identified as tax map number 06600008500. As I stated before, it's on Old Franklin Turnpike. It is also part of the water service area that you adopted as a board in January of 2017. Just to give you a little bit about this system, and I'm sure Western Virginia Water Authority will add on. It will be a treatment filtration building, approximately 500 square feet. It's going to be 1 story. The height of it will be about 174 feet tall, approximately 150,000 to 250,000 gallons per day is the capacity. They'll treat a certain amount. They're going to use 2 existing wells on another property. There is, on the concept plan, a future well. And then there is a future operations building that'll be about 1,500 square feet. This is a vicinity map to show you that it's in the village. Actually, it's in the village of Union Hall. This is an aerial map. It's a wooded piece of property at this point in time, right off of Route 40. It's also zoned A1, and you can see there's B2 across the street, and then you have the PCD project is in the purple. That's the South Lake development or area for development. As I said, in your comprehensive plan, this property is located in the village of Union Hall, and that's one of your 7 villages in the comp plan. It's kind of hard to see the concept plan, but this is the area of where the water tank is going to take place. You can see the water tank here. There is room for addition of future well, and the other 2 wells that are we're talking about are on an adjoining property. Just your staff analysis. Basically, this public water system would be, and its location meets your future land use map in your comprehensive plan. It also meets the intents of goals, objectives, and strategies of your plan, and also the intent of the 2014 Union Hall plan. The new draft plan has this property in your traditional village development, which is where you would expect to see a type of infrastructure like this in your village. Obviously, the comprehensive plan is going to support it. It is in a water service area that you, the board, has voted on. We know that water in this area is important to you as a board, and there were no public comments at our Planning Commission meeting. Planning Commission recommends approval of this request, that it is in substantial accordance with the 2025 Comprehensive Plan. They did put one condition, that the site would be developed to the concept plan that I showed you earlier, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Has anybody got any questions for Ms. Cooper? Ms. Cooper, I've got one. Was there any discussion when you all had, when you were talking with the Water Authority, that this tower be built so that in the future, if we needed it to put broadband facilities on top, antennas and things of this nature, that it would handle it?
The Planning Commission did not discuss that, and I know that lots of times water tanks do have the antennas, but I did not have the conversation with them, but I'm sure.
I remember, seems like at the burnt chimney, Steve, that we had to come back and they had to go and do some more work to reinforce it, but to handle that equipment. I'd like to see these water towers as they go up be able to hold this broadband, and if the county needs it for the radio systems and things of this nature. I'd like to see that in there if it's.
Is that a recommendation you want to put in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see that in there so that, what was it, Steve? We had to come back and had to do something to get that put in because it wasn't put in there to begin with. You remember that?
I do. There's several different carriers on there.
And I remember some of them having to get a special use permit, but.
Right, but I'd like to see these water towers, this one and all future water towers, be constructed so that this is automatically becomes a part of it.
And I think that's something that your staff can definitely have in discussions, and I think it's something that can be brought up to the Western Virginia Water Authority, and that maybe you can have a discussion about that this evening.
Somebody's getting eaten up by a dog, aren't they?
I think Mr. Mitchell is listening to the live stream as well as called in, so I think that's what's.
Has he got a question for Ms. Cooper?
That's what's creating the loop. Supervisor Mitchell, do you have any questions?
Not, do you have any questions? Not right at the moment.
Anyone else got any questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Cooper.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go into open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have anybody signed up to speak?
No, sir, I do not.
Nobody signed up?
Not on
All
the
right, then
topic.
we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Kroll is a representative from the Western Virginia Water Authority.
Mr. Kroll.
Okay, come forward, sir. State your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Mr. Whitlow, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Scott Kroll, and I'm with the Western Virginia Water Authority.
Okay.
I'm Director of Infrastructure Development, and I've been working on this project for a number of months now in cooperation with staff, and have been party of several work sessions and discussions with members of the board as well. I do want to address your point about the tank being designed for future broadband equipment. The way that works is that we don't own any of the broadband equipment or antennas that would be located or co-located on our storage tanks. It would really not be prudent for us to design something unless we know what we're designing for. So the technology that changes with respect to antennas and other equipment, unless we know what that equipment is, there's no way we could design that for somebody else. It's really incumbent on the carriers that would lease space on the tank to get whatever approvals in engineering analysis and design. Typically, the tanks would support the addition of certain types of antenna, but without knowing ahead of time what that equipment would be and the loadings and all of the technical requirements, it would be difficult for us to anticipate that and pre-design that as part of the water tower itself, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify that before that's officially added to a requirement of the
Wait till he gets
approval.
Then we'll do questions.
Thank you.
All right, you got any more? Sir, hold on just a minute.
Sure.
You got a question?
I have a question. You were
course.
talking about knowing the design or whatever. If we put the tower up, how much notice you have to have ahead of time to what we would like to put on top of the tower? Like the broadband or whatever. What do we need to do for you to accommodate what we would like to have?
We would need to have the specifications for whatever equipment would need to be co-located on the water tower prior to finalizing the design for going to bid for construction.
But it basically can be done.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. But we would need that input from another party. We couldn't commit to designing something that we don't know what we're designing ahead of time.
So you wouldn't be opposed to adding that infrastructure?
The infrastructure is provided by the carrier that is installing the antennas or equipment on the tanks.
Sir, when we
If there's things that we can do to help facilitate that during the design, we can certainly incorporate that into the design
Okay,
to
that
the
answers your
extent we
question.
can. But not knowing what that is ahead of time, it's
Understand that,
difficult
sir.
to commit to it.
The reason I asked that, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Robertson was over the water then, and he came back with pretty much the same thing that you just said. And it had to be, but they had to go back and redesign and add this extra metal to handle the weight. And that's what I was asking about.
Now, was that a third party or was that for the county's equipment?
Steve, you remember, I think county's got fire and rescue, and police had some stuff up there. And also, I think maybe some of them carriers up there like, cell phone carriers and things
Right.
of that nature.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I can commit to is that we will work with the county and try to incorporate whatever requirements the county would like to have included in the tank design, but we cannot commit to designing something for future third-party carriers at this point.
Understand that, but you answered the question.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Anybody else care to speak? All right, see that, we'll close the public hearing and come back into, what's the board want to do?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I recommend pursuant to requirements of section 15-2-2232 of the Code of Virginia, I find with the inclusion of one condition recommended by the Planning Commission, which I want to add a condition, and the proposal consistent with adopted comprehensive plan, policies, goals, objectives, and strategic commitment to the villages, will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent or surrounding properties. It is in character with the future land use of the community, and such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the comprehensive plan with the community's public health, safety, and general welfare. And I'd like to also add that when the tank is designed or we get our information together, that it also will support broadband and other facilities.
Talk with county and with what's needed.
Right.
Okay, good. We got a second?
Second.
Ronnie Mitchell seconds.
Under discussion, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure. Anybody got anything to add?
I just want to clarify, I think what I'm hearing Mr. Kroll say, if I'm correct, that anything that's not county-owned equipment that we would, of course, be able to provide specs on would be carrier-dependent. Is that right, Mr. Kroll? So we would have to have an interested carrier to locate on that water tower, and therefore, we would then know what the specifications would be. So it's hard for us to say future requirements in the motion because we don't know what they're going to be. And they might be prohibitive, who knows? I don't know how we can address that from a legal perspective.
My point is that, that the Western Virginia Water Authority and the county can discuss that so that it can be, back when they built the water tower at Burnt Chimney, they built the water tower as it was presented. Then they had to come back for the board, and because they had a couple carriers that were interested, and the county wanted to add equipment to it. Well, at that time, it had come into it, so then, and was already under construction, and it wasn't built structurally strong enough to handle all this other equipment. This today is to avoid that.
Okay.
That I know there's no commitment from nobody, but that it is designed that it can handle that extra weight so that it doesn't have to be rebuilt or redone. It just, to make it known up front that there will be, there's some money that can be made by Western Virginia there and Water Authority for that. And it can also be very beneficial to the county because at Burnt Chimney, I know for a fact that we installed police, fire, or the sheriff's department, fire and rescue equipment on top of that. And to me, it's just, we're putting these up all over. Why not take advantage? That was the answer for that. All right, Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote on that, please.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes. Excuse me.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell? Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right. Application for a special use permit, another one with the Western Virginia Water Authority. Ms. Cooper.
Yes. I won't go back through the basics for this. It's the same property. You have to have a special use permit in this zoning category to do a public water system. So that's what we're here to ask of you this evening. The same things apply. So basically, what I'd like to go to, just because I didn't have this on the other slide, is the Union Hall Village plans being updated. And just to let you know that this property is still located in the heart of the village. And this is the traditional village development, this little kind of peach color. So I wanted to show you that because I didn't have that on the previous slide. The concept plan, again, staff analysis, I won't go through it all. It is definitely supported by your comprehensive plan. It's located in one of your 7 villages. This is where you would like to see your public utilities, like water, like a new water tank. That is why your plan is supportive of it, and your staff. There was no public comments on the special use permit. In the special use permit, the Planning Commission did decide to put 4 conditions on the special use permit. The first one is one we always use: substantial compliance to the public water system. The treatment and filtration buildings shall be consistent with the design and quality of those shown on attachment 1, and it's dated April 11th, 2022. The request of the special use permit is subject to review and approval by 15.2/2232, which you have already done. So that doesn't have to be taken care, it's already been taken care of. And the applicant shall comply with requirements in Chapter 22 of the County Code for the water systems. You possibly, as a board, might want to put the same condition that you just put on the last one on the special use permit. I would be glad to answer any questions. The Planning Commission, during their discussion, did discuss one thing. They said, if possible, the Union Hall community would like to be consulted when regarding the color or the logo on the tank. So I'll leave that up to you as a Board of Supervisors if you would be interested in what the Union Hall community would like to see, the color of the tank or the logo on the tank. They wanted me to definitely be sure to tell the board.
What did we do last time? On the
Um,
color of the one out?
I think it was just decided, it might have been decided by Western Virginia Water Authority. I know this tank is not going to be like the one at Burnt Chimney. It will be more like the one at Summit View, but I'll let Mr. Kroll answer that question. I think it's really up to the board what color and what logo you want to place on your tank. They just asked if the community could be involved, that would be great.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Is there any discussion about next steps relative to distribution lines?
Basically, I think there's X amount of dollars, so they'll go through the engineering, get the tank constructed, connected to the existing wells, and then it will be decided of where the lines will be distributed. I think there has been some I know there's been some discussion with staff of possible ways it could go. That is something that we'll definitely get the board involved, because there'll only be X amount of dollars to take the line. So it'll have to be decided how far you take it down 40, how far do you think you can take it down Kemp Ford Road?
It would be aligned, I would think, with the village plan overlay. Would you expect that, or you think it's going to go over into the subdivisions?
I don't think you'll see it in the subdivisions anytime soon. I think the money, it would depend on what the board would like to see. I'm sure there will be some extension on 40, especially to meet some of the current businesses. And even, definitely it's going to serve the South Lake property, obviously. That's one of your already zoned planned commercial developments. I would say if there's any residential developed around in that area, there's a good possibility that they would hook up to this water system if it's available at that time when people are constructing houses. As far as going down Kemp Ford Road, I don't think it's going to go that far. So as far as to reach a subdivision, I think the subdivision would have to be around in the village area, if that
Thank you.
answers your question.
Thank you.
I just like to say, I think it'd be pretty cool if the residents down there could have a little say-so in the water tank. They're the ones who have to look at it every day. So I think it'd be pretty cool. So
And
if that's able with the water authority, I know it's their tank and everything, but if they can have a say-so, make it kind of their own, that'd be pretty cool.
Well, I think the logo, if I'm not mistaken, y'all picked the logo for
Summit
View, didn't you?
It was the county logo.
That's the county
Right,
logo.
right. Well, I was assuming that you picked the logo, and then for the Virginia Blue Ridge is on the other side, so somebody had to decide
They helped
for
pay
that
to
to
paint
go.
it. They helped pay to paint it. That's expensive, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I
that'd be right.
mean, Union Hall community can have a fundraiser.
Tom,
Yes,
Ms. Cooper?
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay. I highly recommend that the community have input on the tower as far as naming and stuff like that. I think we should have some type of, I'm gonna say committee or whatever, to help come up with a name that's suitable with the community. So I highly recommend the community being involved on the tank as far as that's concerned.
Anyone else got any questions for Ms. Cooper? Thank you, ma'am. All right, I'll open the public hearing. Does anybody here wish to, Madam Clerk, you got anybody signed up?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers for this item. Mr. Crowe.
Come
would you
forward,
like-
sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, my name is Scott Kroll. I'm with the Western Virginia Water Authority. I'm the Director of Infrastructure Development. I did want to address a couple of the questions that came up. We do not typically put logos on any of our tanks, but in certain cases, when we're working with a partner such as the county, we can accommodate that. So we have some standard requirements for our coating systems for the tank itself and certain colors that we prefer to use, but we would certainly be willing to work with the county and based on input that you all receive through whatever community meetings, we'll work with you to come up with the appropriate logo and color scheme for the tank. Regarding the distribution system, Ms. Cooper was correct in that we do have, at this point, a fixed budget that we're jointly funding with the county. Whatever money is remaining in the project budget after we build the tank and construct the water system will be allocated to distribution. Our application and the information we submitted stated that we would coordinate that with county staff to prioritize where you all feel it most appropriate to meet the needs of the community. At this point, our preliminary budget, we have approximately 3,000 linear feet of water distribution piping that's programmed into our project budget, and how that's allocated along Route 40 versus Kemp Ford Road, that can be adjusted based on whatever the preference is from county staff and the board. There was also some provisions in our planning right now to go ahead and install the crossing to get the water main across Route 40 as part of the project budget. So we'll at least have the crossing under the VDOT right-of-way and have it accessible either to Burger Loop or Kemp Ford Road, depending on how that works out during the design based on your input.
Anybody else got any questions for Mr. Roll? Thank you, sir. Anyone here wish to speak? All right, we'll close the public comment, public hearing rather, and go back into a closed session.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell, did you have something to add?
Sam, I just have a question. I asked before Ms. Cooper went down, and I have some comments I'd like to make to her.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
She's at the podium.
Ms. Cooper,
Yes.
Ms. Cooper,
We can hear you.
okay, I'm going back several years, many years. I'm going back several years, many years. I'm going back.
Hey, Leland, can you turn down the volume of the live stream just while you talk?
I can do that. Thank you. Ms. Cooper, I want to go back to there was a tower proposed, and it connected the area around the ninth hole at one of the subdivisions. I don't know whether you remember or not.
Not off the top of my head.
And I think Mr. Willard Jr. made a lot of opposition to that, and it was defeated. And I'm not going against the board vote, but does any of this property, would the towers cover any of this property around the ninth hole?
The ninth hole of a golf course?
Yes, ma'am.
There isn't a golf course close to this water tank facility.
Mm-hmm. Is it on, can you give me a little location on it, please?
Sure. The location of this water tank is across from the whistle stop at right up from the intersection of Kemp Ford Road and Route 40 in the Union Hall area.
No, I can't because it's been so long. But I just remember the effort that was put in to defeat this tower, and I was just curious as to whether there would be any coverage for this area. And I know I'm hitting you blank, but
It's basically straight across from Burger Loop Road.
anyway, I just want to be aware that their comment was, we don't need the tower, we don't want the tower, and so the tower wasn't built. And I think if they didn't want the tower back then, they shouldn't be wanting the tower today.
Yeah, and where this is located, it's not, I can't remember the exact tower that you're talking about, but I can tell you that there is definitely not a golf course in this area. Now, there is property owned by the Willards, but there's if that's the, I'm sorry, I can't remember the tower that you're talking about.
I can give you the maybe. Anyway, I just wanted to be sure that we stayed with Mr. Willard's plan as far as that area not needing a tower.
Okay, and it's, the Water Authority is the applicant and Mr. Draper is the property owner. I don't know if I can answer any questions. I'm sure your statement is part of the record, and if I can help you with another question?
No, I apologize for not getting to you earlier, but it will influence my vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm pretty sure the incident or the property that you're talking about has nothing at all to do with this piece of property. Okay? Is that all, sir?
Yes, sir, that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anything else? All right, what's the board's pleasure? Sir?
All right, more please.
Comment, if there are additional conditions that are added to the special use permit specific to the tank design to accommodate wireless or broadband, if we could restrict that to public safety equipment by the county, and have that information provided to us during design, and not have a open, broad condition on the special use permit that we may not be able to strictly abide by in the future, it would make the process much more appropriate, I think, for what we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you, sir. All right, board, what's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I find that the requested special use permit will not be substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code that use is permitted by right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special permit to allow for the installation of a public water system with the 5 conditions recommended by the planning commission.
Second.
Mr. Mitchell, second.
Mr. Chairman?
All right.
I'd like to introduce a friendly amendment to the motion. If I may?
Yes, ma'am.
A friendly amendment to the motion. I think what I'm hearing, if the board wants to include verbiage in the motion regarding public safety, co-location of broadband or antenna, what have you, we need to put that in the motion.
He didn't put it in his
He
motion.
didn't put it in the motion. I wanted to make sure, Mr. Cundiff, what your intention was.
He didn't put it in his motion.
That's why I didn't know if I needed to make a friendly amendment.
Hey, madam,
Wasn't that covered in the first?
everything's cool.
Do what?
Everything's fine
Okay,
with the motion you made.
okay.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please?
Sir. Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Hold on just a minute.
Supervisor Tatum would like for Madeline to call him on his house phone. It's working now.
Okay. At the close of this vote, if you'll call Supervisor Tatum and get him on the line.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a break? Because we'll have to do the conference call then.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and finish the vote here.
Supervisor Leland? Mitchell?
And what are we voting on?
We're still voting on the second public hearing.
Okay, I would like to abstain because my mind is very well set.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith? Supervisor Tatum is absent from the vote. Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, we'll take about a 5-minute break. How long will it take to get that hooked up?
It should just be, yeah, less than 5 minutes.
All right. Maybe we just.
Tim, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
Okay, then we're gonna get back on.
All right, we're going to get started back and get back into our meeting. I want to apologize to everybody for not coming out and greeting everybody, but I broke 2 toes the other day, and it hurts to walk. So I'm just going to sit here and look pretty. I'm doing a good job, aren't I? All right, let's see. Our next one is application for rezone with Ron Willard, applicant, and Willard Investment Properties. Ms. Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. This is for a rezone for Ron Willard II. He's the applicant, and then Willard Investment Properties LLC is the owner. It's approximately 30.324 acres. It's currently in 5 parcels. It's zone PCD now. And I know it sounds weird, but to rezone it to PCD, what we're here to talk about is the concept plan needs to be revised from the original PCD development that was approved. Basically, the property was rezoned to PCD back in 2005. This rezoning, some of you will remember, it had 4 special use permits for private roads, condominium units, townhouses, and single-family dwellings. It was called Bridgewater Grand at the time. The development never took off. It basically was rezoned in 2005, and then it's set, and then the market, and so now it's being redeveloped. It's 5 parcels, like I said. What we're here to discuss is the existing concept plan being changed. Concept plan. Basically, it would consist of 30 single-family dwellings and 1 commercial property at the front, and we'll get into that with the concept plan. The lots will range from 0.3 acres to 3.53 acres in size. The properties do have access to water and sewer. Well, also with this rezone, we're also going to have 3 special use permits. One will be for the single-family dwellings, and one will be for a storage yard, and the last one will be for private roads. Just a vicinity map. This property is located in the Westlake Hellsford area, so it's located close to Hellsford Bridge. This is a picture of an aerial of the property. This shows you the zoning. So this property is now zoned PCD. It has A1 that surrounds it, and then you notice the red is your commercial. And then another PCD is the Bridgewater Plaza.
That's valuable property.
Your future land use map comes out of your comp plan. If you will remember, we have a Westlake Hellsford area plan for this area. This piece of property, the future land use, is commercial mixed use. This is the concept plan that the applicant would like to change from the original Bridgewater Grand. If you remember that, the condominiums, there were about 4 of them. They were 4 levels to those. There were some single-family dwellings and some houses that were townhomes that were attached. Obviously, the green area is where the housing would be, the single-family dwellings. There also is 5 of the parcels. The larger parcels could have guest house on them, and then your commercial property is the yellow that's in the front. Staff analysis. The rezoning, according to the staff, does work, is the intent, it does meet the intent of the future land use map of this area. It also meets the goals, objectives, and strategies of your comprehensive plan. It does meet the intent of the Westlake Hellsford. So the comprehensive plan will support this application. The project is already near residential and commercial properties. The Board of Supervisors supports all types of housing, We know that the housing market now, we need different types of housing all throughout Franklin County. And there were no public comments at the public hearing that was advertised. The Planning Commission's recommendation is approval for this rezoning. It was a 7-0 vote. The only proffer that was offered by the applicant, and it was signed, a signed proffer, is that the development would be built in substantial or designed in substantial conformance to the concept plan for Bridgewater Grand by Lumsden and Associates dated March 31st. I would be glad to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Any questions from Ms. Cooper? Anyone?
And Mr. Willard is here also.
Any questions from Ms. Cooper? Thank you. All right, we'll go into open our public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this project?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you this evening. I'm here tonight representing Willard Investment Properties, LLC. My name is Ron Willard II. And really, she gave a pretty good overview of everything we like to do within the project. Of course, this has been a stalled out project for many, many years. And, you know, kind of started with the recession back in 2007 and 8. And we've been sitting on this property since 2012 when we acquired it in a foreclosure sale from the bank. And we've had it on the market for several years and finally said, you know what, we'd like to start developing again in Franklin County. And so we massaged a plan over and over again for the last year and came up with what we think would be a kind of a good fit. The project's in a great area, close proximity to commercial and retail. And people still want waterfront property on Smith Mountain Lake, and we think we can provide that, and we think that our track record stands for what we've done in the past. I'll hit just a couple highlights. I know we're going to go through each petition and the 3 special use requests, but first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for fast-tracking me through this process. I really do appreciate that because as faster we move, you know, every time you turn around, somebody's talking about a recession, and we want to move as quickly as we can. But I'm here really just to amend the existing concept plan to allow for 30 single-family waterfront properties along with the commercial property. 5 of those properties we'd like to have a guest home ability on the 5 kind of estate lots, and then we have requests for private roads, requests for the storage area facility, and then of course it was for have to have a special use for the 30 individual lots within the community. But I'll be glad to take any questions. If you have any general questions, I would add that I agree to all the conditions that were presented from the staff and Planning Commission. I don't think we really added any conditions in the Planning Commission. Also, within this development, I know you guys have a heartache for short-term rentals, so we're going to have, the requirement is the short-term rentals cannot be less than 30 days within the community. And the guest houses are strictly for someone that wants to build their residence on one of those 5 lots, and they want to have a guest house on their property right beside them. So this way they can have their friends and family come, but not necessarily stay in close quarters with them. So that was the whole premise to that. So I'll be glad to take any questions if you have any.
Anybody got any questions for this? I like the project.
Just one question. Ron, what was the discussion with VDOT around improvements there on 122?
We're going to do whatever they require us to
Okay.
do, which is probably most likely a left-hand turn lane and a decel lane.
What about a crosswalk?
Crosswalk, I'm not, I don't want to say that we're going to put a crosswalk in, but I want to provide pedestrian access pathway to the commercial piece, or where that gives a close proximity to Bridgewater Plaza and all that.
That's what
So,
I'm talking about.
yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
going to be within our plan. So
Good.
the residents can not, make a Frogger attempt to cross 122, so,
Well, the village plan speaks to walkability.
yeah.
And I really want to pursue doing more of that. But I do want to say, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I very much appreciate you and your family, your dad's reinvestment, if you will, in Franklin County. It's very meaningful to me. This development is in my district. It meets our housing study demands that we're hearing with significance. And I appreciate the confidence that you're demonstrating in the county by investing and providing this. So thank you, Ron.
Well, thank you very much, Laura.
Mr. Gundy.
Yes, will there be allowed short-term rentals on this?
No short-term rentals. Has to be more than 30
You're talking about
days.
having guest houses and stuff. How's that gonna be set up?
That's for their own property. So if they want to have their family down and wants to stay next door in the guest cottage, they can stay there. But there's no rentals, there's no short-term rentals
No
within
limit how long you can stay in the guest house?
It's all part of a marketing thing. But to have the ability to build a house and then also have the ability to have a guest house right next door, it adds value to the property, and that's how we're marketing it. There's 5 particular ones on the. I think within RPD, you're allowed to have a guest house on that property. We initially thought about doing an R1 zoning on this, and you can't have a guest house on R1 zoning, so we decided to go with a PCD with the help of planning staff to say, look, this is our vision, this is what we like to do. We'd like to have at least several properties have the ability to build a guest house on them. There's guest houses all over the lake where people have a nice big home and they have a guest house. They
Like
have
a mother-in-law type
yeah,
situation.
what have you, yeah. So that's the intent. No short-term rentals. We're going to have it within our covenants and restrictions. I'd have to come back for a special use permit even to have within the PC district, I believe. It's allowed, but we feel like if we don't have short-term rentals allowed, then it will make it more exclusive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, just kind of reiterate what Ms. Smith said. I'm happy to hear that Willard is getting back into Franklin County, and thank you guys for that. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Madam Clerk, will you check with the 2 supervisors on the phone to see if they have anything, questions?
Supervisor Tatum, do you have any questions?
No questions. I just want to reiterate that I just want to thank the Willard family for reinvesting in Franklin County. That means a lot.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell, do you have any questions or anything else to add?
I guess my only question would be, and I may have missed it, but how is enforcement going to be done on people still using short-term rentals?
We have covenants and restrictions within the community that clearly state there would be no short-term rentals, and I guess the enforcement would come from the county if that was in violation, but I can't speak to that. Mr. Mitchell, if someone in this, once the homes are built, and if someone tries to do short-term rentals and host compliance, we'll probably find them. We would do the process that we do for violations for short-term rentals with, the courtesy letter and possibly the 2 letters of violation of short-term rentals. Actually, let me rephrase that. The PCD allows short-term rentals. So we have when we get to the single-family dwellings, there is a condition of the special use permit that no short-term rentals would be allowed. So we would take the process probably that way to notify the property owner that they are not allowed to do short-term rentals on the property. Plus, it would be in the restricted covenants of the homeowners association, so they can probably do it quicker. They could also, notify the individual that short-term rentals are not allowed and probably get it into the court faster than we could.
All right.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, thank you, Mr. Willard.
All right, thank you very much.
Need a
All right,
motion?
we need a, go ahead, make your motion.
Yep, sorry. I jumped the gun on you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I'll make sure I'm on the right one. I'm pretty sure I am. Yep. I find that the proposed rezone will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such rezone will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the request to rezone the approximate 30-acre property from PCD Planned Commercial Development to PCD Planned Commercial Development with the amended proffer and concept plan submitted by the applicant.
Second.
Got a first and second? Anybody, any more comment before we call a vote? I like this thing when we're doing things like this and growing the county. I don't care if you have short-term rental, but some of the rest of them don't like it, but you're taking care of that with your covenant. All right, Madam Clerk, do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
I haven't changed. I would like to abstain. I just see more of the same.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, Ms. Cooper, item 4, it's, deals with the same property. You won't have to go through all of that again, just hit the highlight, please.
I promise.
Did you get Tommy? Tommy, did she call you?
No, but that's okay. I fought. It's okay. I'm
Go
fine.
ahead.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes. I just felt left out, that's all.
The first special use permit is for the single-family dwellings, the 30 lots. And basically, it's the same of everything, so we'll go to the Planning Commission's recommendation. The one thing that I did want to tell the Board of Supervisors, you're looking at a development now of between 1 to 3 units per acre, whereas the other residential development was like over close to 9 units per acre. So just showing you the difference. This project doesn't have as much density as the Bridgewater Grand originally did. Basically, the Planning Commission approved by a 7-0 vote for the special use permit with 5 conditions. The first one is the substantial conformance. They have to adhere to VDH and Western Virginia Water Authority documentation and permitting for both of those agencies. Anything the VDOT, the documentation and permitting will be required before construction, site erosion settlement control and stormwater regulations. And the Planning Commission decided to add short-term rentals shall be prohibited in the development, including the guest houses. They felt that it was important for that to be put as part of the conditions, even though it was in the it'll be in the restricted covenants. And I would be glad to answer any questions.
Does that raise any more questions from anybody? Thank you. We have anybody here wish to speak for public comment?
Mr. Chairman, Ron Willard II again. I just thought I'd come up to see if there was any questions that specifically as it relates to
Anyone got any questions?
requests.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Willard, we've discussed this. I just wanted to get it on the public record that the roads will be built to VDOT state standards.
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Yes.
All right, what's your pleasure, Ronnie?
Make a motion if you're ready.
Go ahead.
I find that,
We close the public hearing.
oh, yeah, sorry.
Need to close it and go back into closed session.
Open session.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr.
You good, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I find that the requested special use permit, will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code. The use is permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for 30 single-family residential lots with the 5 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell,
I haven't changed my mind at all, and I'll abstain.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Timothy Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Ms. Cooper, special use permit, Ron Willett, applicant.
In the PCD district, we require a special use permit for the storage yard. The storage yard will be up towards the front of the property. So when the Planning Commission made their recommendations for the conditions for the SUP, they voted a 7-0 for the special use permit with the following conditions. Number 1 is the same as the last. Number 2 is different. It's the applicant shall maintain a 20-foot vegetated buffer along the south side of the property to screen the storage area from visibility of Booker T. Washington Highway, which is Route 122. Storage shall be limited to the community residents and only for boat trailers, and other personal watercraft. And then the last 2 conditions are for VDOT and then our site erosion, like it was on the last SUP. And I would be glad to answer any questions, or if you need to see exactly where the boat storage is, we can look at the concept plan.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Cooper? Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody here wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, Ron Willard II again. I just thought I'd come up and see if you had any questions specifically as it relates to the storage yard.
Anyone got any questions for Mr. Willard?
Ron, just another clarification, if I may, for the
Okay.
record. Any docks that would be built on these lots after they're sold would be on the property, and you're not planning on building a community dock?
Correct. No community docks.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Close public hearing. What's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Are you gonna be Ronnie?
I'm going to beat him this time. Yes. I find that the requested special use permit will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code. The use is permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for a storage yard area with the 5 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell, do you wish to abstain?
I just wonder if they have met the requirements of Booker T. Washington.
I didn't hear what he said.
Which requirements are you talking about, Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Well, I'm talking about view shed.
View shed at Booker T. Washington?
I can't hear you.
View shed at Booker T. Washington?
We're in a boat
Ma'am,
now.
I think this, you read a little bit more, the 20-foot, visibility from the Booker T. Washington Highway, Route 122.
It's got a buffer. Mr. Mitchell, there's a buffer there. so it can't be visible from the highway. It's on your paperwork, number 2.
I will abstain for the same reason.
Thank you.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, Ms. Cooper, number 6. Application from Ron Willard and Willard Properties.
This is my last one. This is for the private roads. We also require a special use permit for private roads, and yes, Ms. Smith, they will be built to state standards. The Planning Commission voted for approval with a 7-0 vote with 7 conditions. The first one is the same. The second one is private roads shall be constructed to state standards. The private road shall have to comply with Section 25396 in the Franklin County zoning ordinance. Private roads shall have to have a maintenance agreement submitted with the subdivision review plat. The VDOT's, they have to meet their requirements before constructions. The private roads will need to be built to accommodate fire and emergency apparatuses. And the 7th one is for our site plan, erosion settlement, and stormwater requirements. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Cooper? Thank you, ma'am. All right, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wish to come forward and speak?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Ron Willard II. Back again for the last one here, so hopefully it goes good. If you have any questions, I'd
Anyone
glad
have
to
any
answer
questions
any.
for Mr. Willard?
Mr. Willard, what is the material you're going to use for the roads themselves?
It'll be paved, blacktop.
It'll be blacktop?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back, close the public hearing. What's your pleasure?
I would like to make a motion.
Go for it.
Thank you. I find that the requested special use permit will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for the construction of private roads with the 7 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission.
You got a second? Don't be bashful now.
Second.
Mr. Tatum did.
Yeah, you got me.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell, do you wish to abstain?
Yes, ma'am, same reasons.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Thank you. All right. We'll go in other matters by supervisors. Let's just start up there. Leland, you got anything for other matters by supervisors?
Yes, I'd like to express opposition to the zoning ordinance. I know we're limited as to what we can do, and I would like to see special effort made to protect the unzoned areas of the county. Snow Creek has probably got the largest area, and I've not had a soul, not a person, to ask me to pass anything concerning solar. The people that I've talked to expressed objection to it, and I agree with them totally.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mitchell, that was, we took the vote earlier, and that was tabled for several questions, much like what you just stated to be answered for it to come out. Anything else, sir?
Supervisor Leland, do you have anything else to add?
Well, I would like to say that I was stating my position.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear it.
He just wanted to state his position.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carter?
Believe it or not, Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything.
Wow.
Wow.
Mr.
is
Cundy.
right.
I can't follow that thing. I mean, I just, no, I just want to thank everybody that for the village plan, the work you're doing, the Virginia Water Authority, everybody. That's a dream coming true. And I just want to thank everybody for the work, the hard work, staff, everybody, very much. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, were you going to report on the CTV or you want?
You go ahead and do your report.
Come on, Mike. Go ahead.
Or we'll get Chris to do it, either one.
Chairman Thompson and I attended the Commonwealth Transportation Board public hearing in Roanoke last week. There was a public hearing to receive comments on the secondary six-year plan and smart scale projects. Both Chairman Thompson and I both spoke, advocating, well, first of all, we were very appreciative of the smart scale funding that we've been awarded, which has been significant to Franklin County. And there was advocacy for continued look at how the state funds and provides localities with that funding for secondary roads, unpaved roads in particular. The funding is just not what it needs to be. And I'm going to continue to work with our legislators and the board to see if we can help move that needle a bit. But it was an honor to be there with you, Chairman Thompson, and sharing our remarks.
Thank you. Mitchell?
I have one item. I know y'all find that hard to believe as well.
We're not going to buy no fire truck this time.
Not tonight. Not unless you're going to let me. I'll make a motion. No, I just want to thank this board on the public safety workshops we've had over the last month. And it warms my heart to see the progress being made in the fire and EMS field in this county. You guys know I'm an avid volunteer fireman in this county. And just talking to our volunteers and the chiefs and knowing what we're working on and working towards and looking forward to this July meeting to see what staff brings back to help these volunteer fire departments and the volunteer EMS departments that are still operating to help us to just do the job and not have to worry so much about the strains and stresses of having the money to keep trucks on the road is commendable to this board. And I thank you guys so much. I am so proud of this board. Thank you. That's it.
I thought that was a very good work session. I thought we got a lot accomplished.
It was excellent.
Done a lot done. And, all right, I've got a couple things. I would like.
Does Mr. Tatum have anything?
Oh, Tim?
Yes,
I'm sorry. I
I
didn't
have
see you raise your hand, buddy.
I just have one thing there, Mr. Chairman. It has been brought to my attention that recently the staff, the Snow Creek building, that crews have been moved from other squads through the county, Fork Mountain recently and Ferrum sometime in the past. I know and I understand that Snow Creek residents deserve the same protection as other areas, but I cannot see the need to take a crew from another agency, move down there, and then have to backfill that crew that we moved. So I'd like to see public safety before they move a crew from Fork Mountain to Snow Creek, or from Ferrum to Snow Creek, or from any other department in the county down there, make other arrangements. I just can't see how that's beneficial to anyone. I know last week they moved Fork Mountain down to Snow Creek, and then Ferrum had to cover a call in Fork Mountain's area because the crew had been moved to Snow Creek, where they sat all day and didn't get a single call. I just wanted to address that, and I hated that I wasn't able to be there with y'all today. It looked like you had a productive day, and I look forward to seeing you. And Mr. Chairman, if I don't see you before Saturday, I wish you and your bride the best, and I'll be looking forward to those pictures when you get back from your honeymoon.
Ah, shucks. Thank you, buddy. All right. I would like to make a request to staff when we get when you get the new comp plan and the revisions and what you've come up with on that, I'd like for you to get that out as quick as you can instead of the Thursday, getting it on Thursday, and we've got to do it on Tuesday. So we got plenty, as soon as you can get it, and come there. And then last month or month before last, we had something in the closed session that the town had asked about purchasing a piece of property, and that, of course, come up no. I would like to ask the board if you would be if it's okay, that we get staff to talk to the town. One of the things that they're wanting to do is put a staircase in to connect uptown to downtown. And right now, it's a kudzu patch there and would probably displace some groundhogs, but, well. And so I'd like to see, and like for you to, at least to talk to them and see what they got in mind and where they want to go with that. It's not for sale, but if we could do that.
Are you looking for comments on that, Mr. Chairman, or just a head nod?
Say that again?
You looking for comments or just a head
Sure.
nod?
What do you think?
I 100% support having the set of staircases going up through that land. It's absolutely useless to us. And me and my family, we use, downtown Rocky Mount. Anytime there's an event, we try to go. I would encourage this board to try to go and to connect uptown to downtown. And even with some of the possible developments happening on the uptown side of Rocky Mount, I think it would be fantastic if they were connected. I think it'd be beneficial for the new brewery, and I 100% support getting that staircase up that bank to make sure that we get the two connected to promote Rocky Mount. But, remember Rocky Mount citizens are Franklin County citizens and pay the taxes as well. So I think it'd be very beneficial for all the events that the town of Rocky Mount hosts in downtown Rocky Mount.
Was just for them to engage and talk to see what they have and their plans and where they want to go with it. It's not any kind of a commitment on anybody's part, just to see where they want to go. Is it in the opposition? You don't think we need to do that right now?
I just have a question for Mr. Whitlow. Would that require them to make, I'm thinking, do they want an easement? Do they want to submit an application through building and zoning to do this? And Chairman Thompson, you may know the answer to that. What is the mechanism that they want to pursue?
All I know is they wanted to put a stairway
Okay,
and some vegetation to connect the uptown to downtown.
okay.
That's all I know, and it
Okay.
was, in my comment is merely to give staff the authorization to talk to them to see what it is exactly that they do want and bring it back to us.
Yeah, we'll need details.
Yeah, I can't tell you any more than what I just said. That's all I know. Mr. Tatum, Mr. Leland Mitchell? Nobody saying anything? Okay. All right. That's all I have. So at this time, we will go into public comment for any citizen that wishes to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or the county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a guarantee, not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, he may be out of order, and on a second violation, you may be asked to move. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
Lenora Overstreet.
Ma'am, if you'll come forward, please, state your name and your address for the record. If anybody wishes to speak, if you'll contact with the clerk to get your name on the, Captain Hollins back there, he'll assist you with that. Ma'am?
My name is Lenora Overstreet. I live at 823 Scruggs Road in Wertz, Virginia. And I'm here because I've got sort of a twofold issue. I've been hearing rumors, because I know it was tabled about 2 years ago, for possible rezoning in the Westlake Overlay District. I'm just here tonight to speak my opposition if it does come up in the near future. I would like my parcels to still be zoned A1. If not, I would obviously be before the board asking for a rezone on that property. But I would like my property to stay as long as I'm utilizing it through the land use program and so forth. My other concern is the proposed roundabout that is supposedly coming, I assume, on smart scale projects in the near future, possibly this year. I did have a meeting probably over a year ago with VDOT, and I brought those renderings, but I have some concerns. My concerns are they showed me twofold. Yes, we can do stoplights and turn lanes, or we can do a roundabout. I prefer the stoplight and the turn lane aspect, as I can access all of my entrances in that intersection and not be disturbed with my farm parcels and how that actually I can farm the land. The issue with the roundabout is they're proposing that I actually have to go down the road, turn around, come back up the road to enter in either one of those, my actual home address, drive, or the farm parcel. I have an issue with safety with that, especially if I've got big equipment trying to fit in a little bitty area that they're showing me for a supposed turnaround. The other issue is if they're putting up what I call curb and gutter for the abruptures around it, some of my farm equipment will not go up and down over top of that. Some will, some won't. So there's possible damage that could be on my equipment. The other thing is the already roundabout that's opened in the Westlake Overlay District, the one at Hardy Road and Booker T. Washington. If it's so safe, why are they still having accidents at that roundabout? Just the other day, I witnessed a woman go the wrong way. She had to back up all the way. Traffic stopped for her to back all the way around so she could actually go the right way. There's no lighting in that intersection for that roundabout. There's some up above blinking to let you know with one sign. But where I live, since it's farm parcels, all the way around, there's actually needs to be a stoplight, something where the people can actually see in the nighttime. That would eliminate probably 70% of the wrecks in my area. So I would just like to address the board on that. If you have any questions or would actually like to see the VDOT renderings that they've given me, I would be glad to share those with you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Randy Hodges.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Randy Hodges. Live at 11,100 Booker T. Washington Highway. We have farmland there. We are concerned as the A1 zoning has been approached as maybe changing and how the farmland is handled in the Westlake Overlay District. We do have concerns for that and aim to keep a close watch on what happens there, as well as people's property rights. I think a show of hands here to commend the board tonight on how y'all have handled a lot of good issues here tonight. The Willard family, I've seen that family here for 30 years, and things weren't smooth tonight. I think we're headed in the right direction. We're looking at property rights. We're looking at what can be done. My hat's off to each and every one of you. The background work that has to be done, a lot of people don't realize, but I think we're headed in the right direction. But we also need to incorporate other people's property rights as besides just lake issues. We're dealing with issues out in the county. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Glenda Moore.
Ms. Moore, I missed you last month. I wondered if you was okay. Should have called you, shouldn't I?
We were in Minneapolis with a new grandbaby.
Oh, okay, they're important.
But we thought about you. Good evening and congratulations.
Thank you.
Glenna Hawkins Moore. I live in Rocky Mount. Born in 1952, I, just like some others here, found the 60s to be my most formative years when it came to race. The media revealed the worst and the best of America. I was 8 years old in 1960 when my family traveled through a racially segregated America. My parents were unable to shield my brother and me from some of America's ugliest racial policies. Instead, they modeled ways to circumvent violence against us. That same year, I watched a 6-year-old black girl being escorted by federal marshals to a white school. My mother said Ruby Bridges was a very brave little girl to endure white mothers screaming vicious racial slurs at her, some carrying a tiny coffin with a black doll in it. In 1962, at 10 years old, my family was both proud and fearful when my cousin Alfonso Reeves, a college student, was arrested for participating in a Greensboro lunch counter sit-in. In 1963, when I was 11, I watched Governor George Wallace block black students from enrolling in the University of Alabama. What I didn't know then is that Ferrum Junior College in my own community did not admit African Americans. In 1963, my family watched the March on Washington, proud that cousin Brenda, a Howard University student, was among 250,000 attendees hearing the now famous I Have a Dream speech. In 1963, I was traumatized by the church bombing in Birmingham, killing 4 black girls near the ages of my friends, Edwina Prunty, Phyllis Dunnings, Laverne Dudley, and me. In Sunday school at First Baptist Church, we asked our teacher, could that happen to us? In 1965, at 13, I was one of 7 black students to integrate Franklin County Junior High School. In 1968, at the age of 16, I was horrified by the murder of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and appalled hearing white Franklin County High School students chanting their pleasure that Martin Luther Coon is dead. The 60s were also years to celebrate. The 1964 Civil Rights Bill, the 1965 Voting Rights Bill, and the 1968 Fair Housing Act. Against the odds, President Lyndon Johnson from the Confederate state of Texas managed to sign 3 bills that gave African Americans hope that Confederate flags and Confederate monuments would no longer define what racial equality would look like in America. Move the statue. Thank you.
Anyone else?
That's all I have signed up.
Anyone here wish to speak? All right, seeing none, appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for your interest in the county, and we will stand recess until June 21st, 2022. I guess 1:30 unless we hear otherwise about the broadband.
That is a disbelief.
Can you hear me?